Morning, everyone. I know we're due to start at 10, but just to give everybody an opportunity to join, I know you're all very busy. We're going to give you a couple of minutes for a few more people to come in because the numbers are going up as I speak. So be back with you in a second. Okay, it's 2 minutes past, so I think we'll get started because there's an awful lot to get through today. So hello and welcome everyone to the third in a series of 4 core learning events being delivered as part of the Universal Support Offer. Today, the session being delivered is Turning Data into Intelligence, Measuring the Impact of Your Improvement Plan. My name is Giles. I'm an improvement manager with the Emergency Care Improvement Support Team, and I'll be your host for the session today. The session is being recorded and a copy will be made available to access following the event. If you have any questions, and this is really important, if you do have any questions, please put them in the chat box. It's really good if this can be slightly interactive and we can challenge Chris as we go along. There are some allocated time throughout the session for these questions, so we'll pull them all together and ask them at suitable times. So we will be ensuring that today's recording and all the resources, such as the slide set and a list of any of the links that we mentioned throughout the presentation, will be uploaded on the NHS Futures platform that's currently under development. You will be advised via the IUEC Champions inbox of how to access the platform in due course. We really appreciate how busy you all are. And actually taking this amount of time out of your day can be challenging, maybe even cause a bit of anxiety. But before we begin, and to get the most out of this session, we do encourage you to try and create the ideal environment to help you be in the learning zone today. So those of you who are brave enough, switch off your work phone or put it on silent if that's not possible. You might be on call, you might need to, but please put it on silent. If you can, close down your Outlook browser so you're not distracted by your emails, because I know that happens to me all the time. Do so. If you're in a room on your own, pop a note on the door or tell the people around you that, if possible, you're not to be disturbed. We do appreciate that these may not be possible. They're suggestions. We just want you to be absorbed in the learning from today's session. So finally, before I hand over to our speakers, there will be a Menti shared in the chat box. Alex will post the link. Those of you that have used Menti will know what it is. Those of you who don't, there's a QR code that you can scan with your phone and access it via that, or you can follow the link and do it on your laptop or PC. We really ask you to complete these. Your feedback is really important for us. Our ethos is around continuous improvement, and that is exactly the same for these sessions. We want them to improve. The Menti is open throughout the session, and it will allow you to go in and make comments as and when you choose. For anyone unable to access Menti, feel free to post any feedback in the chat. And as I said before, questions in the chat are really useful, and we'll come to those when we have natural gaps. If you're not sure, I can guarantee someone else won't be either, so it'll be worthwhile. So I'll hand over to Chris Green, and those of you that have not met Chris or have met Chris before will know he is a master of bringing data to life. And I've no doubt that those of you who have not had the pleasure will really enjoy a memorable and thought-provoking session. Chris, over to you.
Thanks, Giles, and thanks very much for that introduction. I really do need to potentially rewrite that so it doesn't big me up quite so much. I think the phrase kind of under promising and over deliver really should spring to mind. So a massive warm welcome for those people that have joined the call this morning. Just a brief introduction about me. So my name is Chris Green, Head of Informatics for the Emergency Care Improvement Support Team. I'm also the data lead for the Tier 1 UEC recovery plan and also supporting the Universal Support Offer. I'm joined this morning by two members of my team, Paul Bullard and Alex Graham, who have both got a phenomenal wealth of experience and expertise in different areas around urgent emergency care, analytics, and as Alex is going to be speaking about later on, about research and evaluation, which is a very, very underused element of some of the services and offers that we can provide as a wider team. So great to see everybody this morning. I'm going to share my screen, go through some slides. But as Giles said, I really do encourage people to have any comments or questions. You can either put your hand up and there will be natural breaks within the session, but we can also take away any comments or feedback you have after the session as well. There will be a break halfway through the session around about 11 o'clock where we'll break for a few minutes just so that people can stretch their legs and go and get a refill of caffeine from some of the sessions that I've been going through this morning. So without further ado, let's get going with the slideshow. So this is just the speakers from today. So myself, Paul and Alex will be running different parts of the session just to mix up the speakers. And just because, as I said, we do have different areas of expertise across the system and across the team. ESIST as a team is an incredibly diverse team ranging from different clinicians, operational managers, community, pharmacy, etc., etc. So we do have a breadth of knowledge within the team, and we're going to be hearing from those people a little bit later on today. So what we're going to look at today, a few different areas, covering different ranges as well. So I'm going to be starting off about looking at why do we even need to do any sort of analysis? Well, cat meat pigeons when I say something like that. And we're also going to be watching a video from a guy called Mike Davidge, who I've had the pleasure of knowing for a number of years now, around measurement for improvement. I will briefly talk about measurement for improvement, but I'll leave the majority of it to Mike. I'm then going to be spending quite a large section of this session around different analytical products that are available, and I'm completely aware that NHSE takes an awful lot of data in from individual systems and doesn't really put an awful lot out. But there are a real large suite of analytical products and tools that are freely available to anybody if they would like to have a look at that. And I'll be going through all of the different acronyms that you see on the screen, what they mean, and more importantly, how you get access to that. Alex will then be talking about research, impact and evaluation after the break. And I'll be closing the session to talk around demand and capacity, and once again, some of the products that we have that are freely available to anybody who would like to use it. They are not prerequisites by any stretch of the imagination, but they are available for anybody that would like to take that alpha up. So I'm going to start off with around why the need for analytics. So I'm completely aware that I've been in the NHS now for around about 18 years, I think it is. I've dabbled in a few different organisations around the country and across the system as well. So not just working for NHS England, but working for acute provider. I've also spent time in primary care and community. And it's really important to understand that data isn't for everybody. OK, you know, some people just do not get it, do not like it, do not understand it, and therefore it kind of excludes them from some of the conversations that can really help drive improvement forward. And let's not forget that this is what these sessions are all about. As Giles said, it's about continual improvement. I know there is a phrase that I do quite like and don't like in equal measure, but better never stops, you know, because we may see an organisation improve from X percentage to nearer the 76% 95% target. However, does that mean that once they get to that particular target, they shouldn't? And I think that, you know, I've just said it, but the word target is often misused, because actually they're called standards. We imagine that they're called targets, but they're not. They're actually called standards. You know, when a target is, that's the thing that we really want to try and achieve. But once we've achieved it, we wouldn't strive to perform even better. But actually, when we do hit one of our standards, we shouldn't necessarily stop. We should always strive to do the best for patients. And the reason why we should do that is that, let's just take one of the key metrics that we have across urgent emergency care, and that is the 4-hour performance. I've only shown this for type 1 performance. And what I wanted to do, for those people that don't know, if there are people on the call that don't know what the 4-hour performance is, it is the percentage of people that have left the department, whether that is admitted or discharged, within 4 hours. I want to show this from a pre-pandemic position as well. So there's been an awful lot in the press over the past, well, to be honest with you, a few years, around the deterioration of the urgent emergency care system and the 4-hour performance as its main key measure. And what we can see is that pre-pandemic in the year 2019, going back a few years, but actually it's not that far back, we can see that there was still challenge. You know, we were nowhere near, from a national perspective, nowhere near the 95% standard, but using statistical process control, we can see that there was relatively good and stable performance. We then, in the early stages of 2020, the pandemic started, and the 4-hour performance significantly improved. There are multiple factors why 4-hour performance improved. We are not going to go into those now, but there's loads and loads of papers that have been written about that particular period of time. If people would like to have a look at that, they can do so in their own time. But what we can do is that we can then see that when the pandemic when activity levels went back to quote unquote normal levels, which was around about August 2021, we then started to see the significant deterioration in the 4-hour performance, and particularly at the latter stages of 2022, with the performance in December 2022 at a national level being the worst performance for a month that there has ever been in the NHS. But this is quite a kind of a dry measure. The 4-hour performance is what we would call an outcome measure. You know, it's just something that happens because of other things within the system, the amount of demand coming through the front door, the flow, etc., etc. And if this is one of the only pieces of data that you see on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis, it is completely hitting the target but missing the point. And the reason why I say that is that if people don't get data, putting an outcome measure in front of their face is not the way to win them over. Actually, what we want to do is completely flip it on its head and actually have a look at the metric in a completely different way. So instead of looking at the 4-hour performance, we're going to have a look at potential delay-related harm. So this is a measure that has been in kind of publication now for around about 12, 13 months, something like that. It was created by some fantastic colleagues of ours in the GIRF team, and a guy that I know called Professor Simon Jones from America. And what they looked at was the mortality, but the high rate of mortality because of a long wait in the emergency department. So this looks at patients with 2 different criteria, and they have to meet both of them. One is that they are admitted, and the second thing is that they have spent more than 8 hours in the emergency department waiting for a bed. And what we can see is that the ratio, for those people that would like to know this, is that 1 out of every 72 patients who meet both those criteria are at high risk of mortality within 30 days of their emergency department attendance. And what we can see is this fantastic correlation between the 4-hour performance, when that improves and when that decreases, and the delay-related harm, when that improves and when that decreases. And particularly if I draw your attention to the latter stage of 2022, when performance significantly deteriorated, we can then see that in that same time period, we had the highest rate of delay-related harm that there has ever been. Adrian Boyle, the Royal College of Emergency Medicine president, spoke about this at the Health Select Committee, where he mentioned that 2,500 patients per month were at high risk of harm. And that number was kind of rebuked a little bit, but that number does stack up. Loads of people from different teams around the country have done the same piece of analysis and come up with the same numbers. This data is available at a site level on a few different dashboards, which we'll be talking about as we go through this particular session. And then just very, very briefly, just going to talk about measurement for improvement before I hand over and watch the video from Mike Davidge. So a lot of people get the terminology of measurement for judgment and measurement for improvement mixed up, and unsurprisingly, and you know, that's just unfortunately the way in which it goes. When there is a period of significant deterioration in performance, or whether there has been a consistently low, measurement for judgment really comes to the fore. People are always like, what are you doing to improve performance? Has the dial changed today? Has it changed in the past hour? What are we doing around that? Whereas actually a measurement for improvement methodology is looking at a much more longer time series of data. And it's a way in which we can really understand about some of the processes that we have changed and the way in which that particular improvement has made a change on some of the data and the outcomes. So what I'm just going to do is we're just going to watch this video. It's around about 8 minutes long. So we're going to watch this video and then we'll come back after that and carry on with the presentation. Apologies, I've just heard there is no sound. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to share my screen again.
This is a form of measurement where we have to achieve a particular target, often given to us by other people, using data that again often is given to us by others, or at least we're told what we need to collect. In its worst form, this leads to a tick box mentality, and achieving the target becomes the end in itself. The second is familiar particularly to clinicians, and that's when we're trying to discover new knowledge. For example, when we're trying to assess whether this new drug is worth investing in. And this involves a well-constructed trial and collecting lots of data to enable us to distinguish between the effects of the new drug and the existing treatments. Now, measurement for improvement is neither of those. So, what is it? Those of you familiar with the model for improvement will know that it asks 3 questions. What are we trying to achieve? How will we know that a change is an improvement? What changes can we make that will result in the improvement we're looking for? Now, measurement for improvement is aimed specifically at answering that second question. We're trying to see whether the changes we're making to the service we're involved with are actually moving us in the right direction. In other words, are we moving closer towards achieving our aim? So how does this happen? Well, good measurement doesn't just happen by chance. We need a good process. And I'm going to outline to you the 7 steps that make up this good measurement process. Step 1, decide aims. It's surprising how many projects start off with aims that are too broad or too vague. And this leads to problems when we're trying to measure the effect that particular project is having or has had. So try this simple exercise. Imagine you're getting into a lift with a colleague and you're both going to the 3rd floor. And you've got the amount of time it takes the lift to go from the ground floor to the 3rd floor to explain what it is that project's trying to do. If you can do it in that time, then you have a good grasp of what you're trying to do. Step 2, choose measures. If we simply list all the different things we might measure, we often come up with a list that's quite large, and it's difficult to know which are the most important. And so there are a couple of techniques that do help you to structure that list of measures that you might have come up with. One is to look at the map of the process that you might have completed as part of the earlier stage of the project. Looking at that process map may give you some ideas about where the most important points are that you might want to pick up. The second, if you have constructed a cause and effect or a driver diagram, you can use that as well to focus in on where you might select appropriate measures for your project. Step 3, define measures. We've chosen the measures we want to use, and now we have to be clear exactly what we mean by them. Let's take an example. We've decided we want to measure complaints. Well, exactly how will we do that? Are we talking simply about the number of complaints received? Are we talking about the percentage of patients who complain? Are we talking about the number of complaints we receive per patient? Taking time to define your measures is important because it provides consistency over time. We've now come to the end of the preparatory phase of those 7 steps. And now we move into the collect, analyse, review cycle. Step 4, collect data. So we need to establish what data items that we need to collect. In our example about complaints, we've gone for the percentage of patients who complain. And so in this case, we'll need to collect the number of patients who complain and the total number of patients. And who's going to do it? We need to be clear whether it's ourselves or whether we're delegating that responsibility to somebody else. How are we going to collect the data? Are they from hospital systems or other sorts of organisational systems, or are they through bespoke surveys? When is the data being collected? Are you doing it real time, or are you looking back over data that has already been collected? And finally, when we're embarking upon a project, we want to know how we're performing now, to act as a baseline against which we measure our progress. And therefore, collecting data to establish that baseline before we get into any improvement is important. Step 5, analyse and present. The way that you present your data has a crucial impact on the way you react to it. So choose your methods carefully. For data about numbers, that is quantitative data, then you'll do that by turning your data into charts. And there are 2 types of charts that are useful to you here. The first is the run or SPC chart. This helps you to answer the question, how am I doing? Have I improved? A useful further tip is to annotate those charts with the changes that you make when you made them, so that you can see that the change resulted in a difference. The other type of chart is the bar chart, or sometimes called the Pareto chart. You use this to help you understand what are the causes of the particular thing you're looking at. So for example, back to our complaints measure. The Pareto chart is really useful to help you understand what are the most common complaints, and therefore where might you tackle next in terms of making an improvement. For data about words, that is qualitative data, then you might want to display that in terms of a story, a video clip, perhaps a storyboard. That helps to get the message across about what that data that you've picked up, perhaps from patient stories or interviews, is telling you. Step 6, review measures. The purpose of collecting our data is to help us make better decisions. That doesn't happen by chance. We need to make time as a project team to look at our data regularly and decide what to do next. Are we getting the outcomes we're expecting? What is the data telling us about changes, good or bad? And finally, so what do we now need to do? Step 7, keep going. And the final step tells us that we should go back to step 4, to collect, analyse and review again. In other words, go round that collect, analyse, review cycle. So how often do we do it? Interestingly, when I ask people in courses and seminars about that, they often say monthly. because that's the natural cycle of reporting in the NHS. But there's nothing magical about that monthly cycle. In fact, a weekly cycle of collect, analyse and review is much more useful, because a week is a much more discrete time period and people can often relate to what happened in a particular week, which helps to put the measurement into context. And how long do we go round this cycle? There are certain measures that you might be using, particularly measures of process, that once you've achieved a certain level, for example, percentage reliability that's consistently around 100%, you can stop collecting that data. There are other measures, and particularly often this is measures of outcome, particularly patient outcome, that you will want to continue measuring for as long as that service exists, because those measures define how well you're doing in that service. And finally, looking at this data and understanding what it's telling you will always tell you when that particular project has reached its aim, and therefore it's time to stop and move on to something else.
Great. I hope that was a good introduction for people around measurement for improvement. I mean, it's been in the NHS for an awfully long time now, and I mean, I've been doing this job for around about 8 years, and we were doing it in our organisation for many years before that. I think it's important to understand, though, that you do need to understand the basics. So as Giles said, the slide sets will be coming out. Please feel free to re-watch that video. There's an awful lot of different documentation around measurement for improvement / statistical process control. There are also freely available templates that if people would like to be able to create their own SPC charts through some of the data they've collected, then that is absolutely fine, and we can certainly point you in the right direction of that. Should be noticed, though, there are also pitfalls around this. You can't SPC all type of data, and it's really important you do understand that. So as I said, lots of documentation out there, and we can send that out for people if they would like to do that. So a slight about face. So what I'm going to talk about now is some of the products, tools that are available to people from NHS England, and it's kind of not in the same vein as measurement for improvement. So as I said slightly before the video, there is the kind of measurement for improvement methodology, absolutely fine, and we should do that. However, sometimes there is also around measurement for judgment as well. But I'll frame it slightly differently and say it's about contextualizing data. Paul later on is going to be talking through one of our main products just after the break. But what I want to kind of mention from that is that that's been in production now for a number of years, and one of the comments I frequently receive from people was around the need for, that's fine that I know where I am, but I'd like to know where we are in our system, within our region, within the rest of the country. So around about 12 months ago, I created this new dashboard, and what it does is it takes data from multiple different sources. So as I said, there are dozens. In fact, I don't even know how many there are. I stopped count after around about 65 national UEC dashboards, but they're all siloed. So if you want a dashboard around primary care, you go to the dashboard of the primary care dashboard. If you want that data around ambulances, you go to the ambulance dashboard. But what I wanted to do was, I thought, you know, we're all busy people. We haven't got time to be like going, all right, okay, so that tool is on Tableau and I've got my username and account for that one, and this one's on Power BI and this one's slightly different. I thought, why don't I bring in the main key measures for a lot of different areas, not all of them by any stretch of the imagination, but some of the key measures from across the urgent emergency care system in one place. And so this dashboard, the SAPIT dashboard, which stands for the Summary Acute Provider Indicator Table, was born this time last year. Once again, it's a monthly dashboard. I know Mike was talking about different timelines of data, but this dashboard is not meant as a performance tool. It's meant more of an improvement tool, so that we can understand where we are, both in terms of our current performance, but also in relation to the rest of the country. So what we see from the first instance is we see a series of metrics from across the different systems. So we can have a look at primary care and population health data. We can have a look at 111, delay-related harm that I talked about, ambulance and demand data, crowding, which I'm going to come on to talk about in a couple of minutes' time, hospital flow measures, admitted care, outcome and discharge. But what we also want to know is we also want to know about some of the national context for this. So what we can then do is have a look at the dashboard and how this relates to the regional and national context. So each of the measures is shown in terms of your current performance. The dashboard is available from an individual hospital level. It's also available from a system perspective as well, because a lot more emphasis is being placed on systems now. So we can understand if Kent and Medway, for example, is different to Cheshire and Mersey or Cornwall or wherever it is. So we can understand this different context. What we can also see is each of the individual measures has a colour next to them. And these will be either red, amber, light green or dark green. Red will indicate that the performance in that particular measure is in the most challenged quartile in the country. And then it goes amber, which is above the national median position, light green, which is below the national median position, and green, which is in the best performing quartile in the country. What the dashboard will also do is it will automatically identify things, whether it is high or low. As an example, and I'll kind of pick the two main ones, for our performance, red will be low because you want the performance to be high. And with bed occupancy, high will be red because you want it to be low. I did have to double check myself there. So you haven't got to worry about whether things are high or low. You can immediately look over this dashboard and understand some of the particularly challenged areas across your urgent emergency care system. We've kind of got standard things on here, such as the 4-hour performance, 12-hour performance, demand measures, but there are a few other areas that I will just kind of briefly mention. Particularly over in the top left-hand corner, where we can start to have a look at things such as deprivation, average age, mental health attendances, which is an absolutely massive concern in an awful lot of areas at the moment, but that has been a consistent theme over the past few years. As Mike was talking about, it's interesting that we also take qualitative data as well as quantitative. So in the particularly the top section around primary care, we have data around the primary care survey data, whether people are satisfied with their overall experience about booking a primary care appointment, whether they actually have a good experience of booking an appointment, because we want to know whether one particular aspect of the urgent emergency care system will have an impact on another area. And as an example, around primary care, if your population around your hospital have a poor experience about booking a primary care appointment, and they don't have a good overall experience around primary care, the high likelihood is for non necessarily acutely unwell conditions, people may go to an urgent treatment centre, a walk-in centre, a type 1 emergency department, because they know they're going to be seen by a doctor or a nurse, and that they will be seen within a timely manner, particularly on that same day, fingers crossed, depending on whatever time they come in with. We've also got data around 111 patients. Some of this data has had some data quality checks recently, so we have paused the production of that particular element on the SAPIC dashboard, but that will be coming back out next month. As I mentioned right at the beginning of this presentation, we have the information around delay-related harm. I haven't put this colour-coded. There are only a few different measures that I haven't put colour-coded. I don't think it is appropriate to be talking about mortality and start to say you are in the best performing quartile in the country. Predominantly as well, because you can't necessarily directly compare an organisation that sees 500 attendances a day with an organisation that sees 150 patients per day. So we can't necessarily directly compare and contrast. We've then got some of the key measures around ambulances and demand. But one area that I will just focus your attention on is around crowding. Now, demand is measured in quite an arbitrary way, i.e. how many people turn up every day, by day of week, etc., etc. And that is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a relatively contractual way around looking at demand. But if I was working as a nurse and I was working overnight, And somebody said to me, oh, by the way, did you know your attendances have only increased by a couple of percent? I might feel as though that just doesn't ring true at all. We've got to see, I'm seeing so many more patients. So actually on the SAPIT dashboard, we look at crowding. And the way in which we measure that is by looking at the number of patients in a department at 2 times in a day, at either midday or midnight, so that we can understand, yes, overall demand in terms of people coming through the front door has increased, but are we seeing patients waiting longer in the department, therefore are crowding increasing? Just an interesting way to have a look at demand in 2 different ways. We've then got some of the classic hospital emergency flow measures, which we won't go through because I imagine everybody on the call will be aware of that. The 2 things that I will in that particular measure, well, I'll just draw your attention to, are the acuity score and APD6. So there are a couple of ways in which to look at acuity, and they both have their positives and negatives. The way in which it's presented on the SEDIT, which I'll come and talk about in a few minutes' time, looks at the geographical place the patient was treated, i.e. loosely mapped to minors, majors and resus. Now, the challenge around that is a patient may be treated in resus because that was the most appropriate place to treat them for a particular treatment, not that they were acutely unwell enough to be in resus for their whole time. The methodology on the SAPIT dashboard looks at the HRG that has been generated for that patient. And the HRG is generated by the amount of investigations and treatments that a patient has whilst in the emergency department. So if a patient comes in and generates loads of investigations, loads of treatments and a high cost HRG tariff, they are deemed to be more acutely unwell than a patient who comes in and has very little or nothing done to them and generates a very low cost HRG tariff. It really stands to reason, and I've looked at this work for the past few years and really saw this. The reason why I thought the methodology had legs was because that during the pandemic, we saw a significant decrease in attendances, but the acuity went through the roof because the only people that were out of their house and going to an emergency department were acutely unwell. So therefore, they had an awful lot of investigations and treatments. The APD6 is a measure that has been borrowed from the GIRF, to get it right first time team, and it looks at the amount of time that patients spend waiting for a bed after 6 hours. So APD stands for aggregate patient delay. And for these patients, we're not necessarily saying you've got a 4-hour standard because admitted care is more complex. So therefore, we've got 6 hours. It's a strange number to look at 680. But what that number is, it's a rate of hours per 100 people. The way in which I look at that is by dividing that number, and we'll round it up to make these calculations nice and easy for me because I haven't got Excel open, is we're going to say it's 700 hours. We'll divide that number by 100 to get 7. So on average, at this particular hospital, people wait 6 hours plus an additional 7. So they wait 13 hours on average for an admitted care pathway patient. We've then got some admitted care data, but I'm just going to skip over that and come on to talk about outcome metrics to start with, because one of the key measures, as well as 4-hour performance and 12-hour performance, is bed occupancy. But bed occupancy by itself is a it's too high level a measure. I don't particularly agree that it's a very good measure at all, because it's just saying that I have a bed for a patient at some point, not the right bed for the right patient at the right time. And we can quite clearly see for this organisation, although they have a very good overall bed occupancy, their acute ward occupancy must be incredibly high because they have a very, very high proportion of beds occupied by long stay patients. Nearly a quarter of all of their occupied beds are taken up by patients with a length of stay of 21 days or more. So the reason why I don't like bed occupancy is why I put in the admitted care metrics, so that we can delve more deeply into medical, surgical and trauma and orthopaedic specialties. Apologies if anybody is from Women and Children's Health, but I focused on the core bedded components of an acute provider. So what we can do is we can immediately say, right, bed occupancy is good overall. You've got a high length of stay. Is it medicine? Is it surgery? Is it trauma and orthopaedics? So for medicine, for example, we can actually see that the proportion of patients that go through as either a 0-day length of stay or 2 midnights or less, otherwise known as short stay, is really, really good. But once a patient gets onto the acute ward, their length of stay is very, very, very high. So we do need to kind of take these things into account, that emergency floor is working really well And that may be a contributing factor as to why my length of stay is high. Because if I've seen a lot of patients through my emergency floor, the chances are that when a patient does go to an acute ward, they are very unwell. Therefore, we would expect the length of stay to be higher. As I'm going to talk about in a couple of minutes' time, it's important that we understand that taking one metric in isolation can actually be a dangerous thing, and we do need to have a look at balancing measures. As well as the primary care survey data, we've also got staff survey results as well, because the evidence also suggests that patients who wait, that hospitals that really significantly struggle with some of the key measures, not necessarily just urgent emergency care, could be cancer-related targets, could be around elective waiting lists, do also have a very high prevalence of some of the negative questions within the staff survey, i.e., I don't look forward to going to work, I'm not trusted to do my job, we don't have enough staff in our organisation. So we need to take into account, as Mike was talking about earlier, both the quantitative and qualitative data. It's also important that we have a look at the overall population health of our catchment population. So this is just another extract of the SAPIT dashboard, and in the top left-hand corner, where you see bars and dots, the bars are always the England position, and the dot is always the site that or system that has been selected. So if you ever wanted to know your demographic makeup and whether that differs from the national profile, we can do that. We can also have a look in the top right-hand section around the age profile, so it's split into 10-year age bands, and how long people spend in the department based on their age. And this is always a graph that instills an awful lot of trepidation with people, but it kind of inspires people to particularly look around frailty, because what we can quite clearly see is that age has a massive impact on the amount of time that people spend in the emergency department. So if a patient comes into this particular hospital and they are 20 years old, on average, they're going to be in the department for 500 minutes. But if the patient comes in and they are 80, they're going to wait twice as long. Now, I know we can't directly compare and contrast because of the comorbidities and complexities, but really should there be a twofold variation just based on age for the amount of time in the emergency department? And what we know as well is that the longer the patient waits in the emergency department, the longer their length of stay. There is a correlation between the two. So we've kind of got this, once again, this perfect storm of patients wait longer in the emergency department, they have a longer length of stay, we have a higher length of stay, higher bed occupancy, crowding in the emergency department, longer wait, etc., etc., etc. It's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's also good to have a look at the deprivation, because what we can see is that deprivation is split up into deciles, 1 being the most deprived, 10 being the least deprived. But an awful lot of conversation is being had at the moment around health inequalities. And particularly because what we've been seeing and what the evidence suggests from a national perspective is that patients from a more deprived area attend ED more frequently, have a higher prevalence of ED attendances, but they attend ED for conditions that potentially could have been seen in an alternative setting if that alternative setting was available. So understanding your demographic, your population, and some of the demographic changes around deprivation and age is really important to understand the services that are needed in each of your individual organisations. Paul and the team has created a fantastic tool to have a look around frailty. Now, if there was one thing that would be pretty much prevalent for all hospitals in the country, it is around the frailty provision and the service that is needed to cope with that. The cohort of patients that fit into the over 75s now, but also we all know about the aging demographic profile and how that's going to change over the next 10, 20, 30 years. So understanding your frailty provision is absolutely paramount. And Paul's created this really nice little neat tool that has a look at some of the different measures across the acute provider, but also has built into it different scenarios, so that you could say, well, what if we made a change to the amount of patients that come in through the front door because we're going to be doing an outreach service to our care homes? What if we reduce the amount of time that people spend in the emergency department because we're going to have a geriatrician permanently in the emergency department? It allows you to take some of the improvement ideas and processes that you've got now, or B, that you plan to have in the future, and some of the changes that potentially will make. As Mike was also talking about, yes, the SAPIT dashboard is done on a monthly basis, and it takes data from different aspects of the urgent emergency care system, it's important that we do have a look at the different changes by time of day. And one of my favourite graphs, which I know sounds a bit weird to have a favourite graph, is a graph in the bottom left-hand corner. And what we've got along the x-axis is the time of arrival, and on the y-axis, we've got the average number of minutes from arrival to being seen by a senior decision maker, often known as time to treatment. Now, what we can see there are two lines. The grey line is the national position. The black line is the site that I have selected in this particular analysis. And what we can see is there's massive, massive variation. So if a patient arrives at 9 o'clock in the morning, they are seen on average after about 120 minutes. That's 2 hours. And you might kind of say, well, that's not too bad because then I've got another 2 hours to admit, treat or discharge the patient. But if I arrive at this particular hospital at 1 o'clock in the morning, I've on average will have breached the 4-hour position before I've been seen by a senior decision maker. So it's a real significant challenge. And what I'm going to be talking about after the break are some of the demand and capacity tools that can potentially help out with identifying some of the capacity constraints that you have, either from a physical perspective, i.e. is my emergency department big enough? Do I have enough cubicles in SDEC or enough beds on AMU? Or is it a functional capacity issue, i.e. do I have enough staff on the right time, at the right place, in order to cope with the level of demand that comes through our front door? One of the other tools which many people will have been are familiar with is the SEDIT. It's called the Summary Emergency Department Indicator Table, and you'll notice that there are multiple dashboards that are called something quite similar, i.e. they start with summary and end in indicator table. And the reason for that is that they do the philosophy is exactly the same, i.e. it takes localized data and applies a nationalized context to it. So yes, there are some kind of measurement for improvement elements to it, but it does focus a little bit more on the measurement for judgment. The areas that I particularly like around the SEDIT, and I'll talk about some of the sister products as well, is that not only does it identify, as the SAPIT does, where an organisation may be particularly challenged, it will also identify and put on the dashboard where you would need to be in order to get to the national median position. So, for example, for this organisation, which I won't name any of the organisations that I've got the analysis for, we can have a look at the workforce in the top banner section. There are two elements to the workforce section. They are looking at ED consultants and ED registered nurses. This data is provided by each individual hospital. If you haven't done so on a regular basis, I strongly encourage you to do so as well, because it's very, very informative. But this particular hospital has been identified as having a low number of consultants and a low number of nurses. So particularly for the consultants, the whole time equivalent at this particular hospital is 5. But based on the level of demand coming through the front door, in order to get to the national median position, they need 7. So they need an additional 2 whole-time equivalent consultants to cope with the level of demand. But actually for nurses, the gap is significantly greater at nearly 20 additional nurses that would be needed in order to cope with the demand. So if the hypothesis at this particular organisation is, oh, blimey, it just feels like we're chasing our tails all the time. It feels like we're spending so much money on agency, on bank staff. This data can really help identify the issues. It can't solve them for you. No data will ever solve a problem for you, but it can help you identify and prove some of the hypotheses that you are experiencing, so that you can then work out through some of the other demand capacity tools that I'll be talking about later, how you can rectify some of those challenges. We've also got some data around the physical space around the emergency department. Is my emergency department big enough? So particularly for this organisation, yes, they've got a functional capacity constraint, but they've also got a physical one. This hospital has identified that they have 16 majors and resus cubicles, but based upon the level of demand, they would need an additional 2. Now, some of the organisations we go to, they haven't had an ED refurbishment for decades, let alone months or years, but decades. And so organisations that historically have been seeing 30, 40,000 patients per year, if they're now seeing 60 or 70,000 patients per year, but the emergency department geographical space has not been worked on, it's no wonder that flow has been constrained, particularly because of capacity constraints within the department. We've also got data on here from the CQC as well, and what you'll notice is there are a series of graphs underneath here. One looking at the acuity that I've been talking about. The other one, which is the second graph, is called the TAF chart, the Targeted Associated Flow. And what it looks at is it looks at the number of people that have been in your department over the past 12 months, or year to date, I should say. What proportion of those leave within every 15 minutes? And you can see where the spike, particularly for this organisation, has been at 12 hours. It's split by admitted and non-admitted. It's really important that a lot of emphasis is placed upon the admitted care pathway, but actually there has been a significant increase in the proportion of patients who are in the department for more than 12 hours. That's total time in department, I should stress, not decision to admit, but are on the non-admitted pathway. We've been doing an awful lot of work around this particular area, and the analysis has shown that there is a high proportion of patients who are now on the non-admitted pathway that potentially would have gone to a different setting, such as SDEC or AMU, but because that capacity wasn't available, actually the medical team have done in-reach into the emergency department, and the patient has been going on to the non-admitted. So yes, there has been an increase in the non-admitted pathway, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It does need to be put into a little bit of context. The SEDIT tool also has a separate section around ambulances. And this is where, as I was talking earlier around looking at metrics in isolation, it's really important that we understand it. So there's multiple different metrics around ambulances. Yes, there's the key measure at the moment, which is the CAT2 response times. But some of the other component parts, such as the hear and treat, see and treat, and conveyance rate, is really important to understand. So what we've got where the performance is currently, what the national quartiles are, how this has changed over time. And the thing I want to just kind of briefly speak about is looking at one metric in isolation. So particularly for the conveyance rate as an example. Now, you might kind of say, well, the conveyance rate for this particular organisation is really high, just over 58%. But part of that reason, if you just looked at that in isolation, you might kind of go, oh, my word, our local ambulance provider just bring us every patient. They don't do anything. But actually, without having the other measures, you can't really kind of go into further discussions around is that the case or not. But what we can see here is the conveyance rate is really high, but the hear and treat rate is low, i.e. the amount of people that call up 999 and are dealt with by the call handler is significantly low. Therefore, you would imagine that the conveyance rate would be high. So it's important that we have a look at, yes, different metrics, but not in isolation. What we like to look at is around balancing measures. The last thing I want to have a look at before we take a break is called the SAMIT. So this is a very new product. It's called the SAMIT, the Summary Acute Medical Indicator Table. So we've got the SAPIT, which looks at a bit more system-wide perspective, taking on board data from different aspects of the system around primary care and discharges. We've got the SEDIT focusing on the emergency department. And then the GIRF team created the SAMIT report, the Summary Acute Medical Indicator Table. This is very new. It's only gone on the Tableau space within the past 6 weeks, I think it was, that's gone live. So many of you may not have seen this dashboard. It is live now. If you'd like access to it, please let us know. But it focuses on acute medical in particular, but it works on the same philosophy as well. So we've got elements around the level of demand coming through the different pathways. It's important that we understand as well, particularly for acute medicine, in ED, patients come through the front door. Yeah, okay, there might be a different door for walk-ins and ambulances. But for acute medical patients, there's, at least 2 ways in which patients can arrive in our area. It could be directly through the emergency department, but it could be, and is increasingly, more people are coming via a different method, probably either directly from primary care or potentially from 111. So we've got the same thing around workforce, identifying whether there is a shortfall in functional capacity, equally around medical beds. Now, I'm going to be talking an awful lot more around bed prediction and the ESIS bed model after the break, so we're going to go into that in a little bit more detail. But it also focuses once again on CQC scores, looking at what has been happening by time of day, by day of week, over a period of time, so that we can understand the change. There has been a really, really significant change in both SDEC and short stay activity over the past 3 to 4 years. A lot more emphasis around ambulatory care conditions, now moving over to SDEC. So instead of doing a more pathway approach where we looked at specific conditions for patients, a lot more organisations now are going down the process approach, i.e. all patients are deemed SDEC unless they are on an acute pathway for stroke or acute MI or something like that. So we're going down a lot more routes. So the demand for this particular area has significantly changed. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a short break so that people can go and get a refill of any teas or coffees. And we are going to start back at 11:05, if that's okay. And we will start back with Paul talking about the ESIS UEC dashboard. If anybody has any comments or questions, I'll happily take that before we go for a quick break. Are there any comments or questions in the chat box, Giles?
There's some requests for access to the dashboard, which we'll sort out through Paul. There's no questions at the moment. I think there's a huge amount of information to digest and absorb, and I think people probably just need that 10 minutes, stretch their legs, have a brew, and then they'll start formulating some ideas. So I think we'll just crack on and come back at 5 past. Thanks, Chris.
Okay. I want to make sure people get a 10-minute break, so we'll come back at 7 minutes past, if that's okay. Thanks, everyone.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had enough time to go and get a quick refill of any caffeinated drink that you so choose. So we're going to start the session again now. Once again, I know, sorry to echo the point, but we'll welcome any comments or questions that you may have through this session. I can't remember whether I said at the beginning, but you'll be getting these slides, and at the end of them, there will be the email and contact details for myself, Paul, and for Alex, and we will be happy to take you through these slides again or offer any advice, support, or guidance that you may have. So I'm now going to hand you over to Paul, who will be taking you through the next section of this presentation.
Thank you, Chris, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, my name's Paul Bullard. I work as part of Chris's team in the Emergency Care Improvement Support team. I'm one of the data analysts, and I do kind of a little bit of everything in terms of data. And I'm going to talk you through probably one of our most used and therefore most useful tools that we produce, which is our urgent and emergency care dashboard. And so what we do is we take data that providers submit through the A&E daily SITREP, the weekly discharge SITREP, and we're starting to bring more and more data from the emergency care data set to ECDS, which as that's coming back on or coming online and more information and the data quality is improving, we're starting to bring all of that data. And basically what we're trying to do is provide a really nice, concise way of feeding back some of this data to providers. Can we have the next slide, please, Chris? Lovely. And so because it's all your own data that you submit, the question is, well why do you bother doing it twice a week and sending it out to us? So there's kind of a couple of key reasons as to why the tool is useful and it is so used. It goes out to about 2,500 colleagues twice weekly. So we send it out on a Monday and a Thursday, so long as the data is available. And that covers data up to the Sunday and to the Wednesday of that week, respectively. So why do we do it? Why do we spend the time doing it? Well, we understand that quite often some of this data may not be easily accessible internally. So although you produce the data, actually, is it displayed in a nice way that you can, as improvement managers or as improvement people, that you can access it nice and easily and kind of get some decent inference or get some information out of it. So what we try to do is display the data in a really kind of an improvement mindset, and make it really easily accessible for you to get and to interpret. The second part that we do, and we talk about it very extensively in the SAPIT, but we do a little bit of this in the emergency dashboard as well. By collecting it nationally, it allows for that comparison against your peers. So there's a couple of key things that we do to compare against your peers, and we'll show that in a second. But if you're in that kind of that siloed and you're only looking at your own data, actually you can miss some real value of being able to kind of to do that comparison against your peers. And again, as kind of Chris alluded to, there's that kind of the, well, we've improved and therefore we're now better than we were, but actually how does that stack up against kind of every other organization, either within your kind of your ICB or within your region? So that comparison against peers is just really good, and it's quite motivational as well, I think, for a lot of people. We can take, when we kind of we collect this data, we can then feed it back at several different levels as well to allow you to drill down into particular areas that you're interested in. So that all of the data that we produce is available at a site level, so you can look at kind of a really kind of the lowest kind of level of information that we collect or that we have, or you can kind of round that up into the organization if that organization has multiple sites. If you're part of the ICB, you can look at the kind of the ICB metrics and look at the data at that sort of level. Or if you want to go really high level, you can go right up to your regional level and you can look at what the data looks like at that level as well. So it's just again, it's nice by bringing it all together, we can kind of dish the data back in ways that you probably don't get to see it normally. And this is the key one, I think, our point 4 is that, like I say, it goes out to kind of 2,500 people twice a week. It's been going for a number of years now. And we get lots and lots of feedback, and we take all of that on board, and it really allows us to be that kind of almost that critical friend for organizations when they want to try and view something in a slightly different way. And other people, it's the kind of the the shared collective idea generation is really, really important and really useful in looking at things in slightly different ways that you might not have thought of, but other people might come up with this idea, and actually it's useful across the board. So that real kind of system thinking that we're trying to try and move towards, actually by us running this dashboard, we can take lots of different ideas and we can implement lots of different things, and we take all of that feedback on board. So it's just a really nice way, I think, of producing a really nice tool that is quite reactive to feedback and to looking at data in a slightly different way than you might do normally. So can we have the next slide, please, Chris? So I'm going to take you through some of the kind of the key aspects of the dashboard, and just kind of walk you through some of it. As Chris has alluded to, this is something that we send out and we control, and we run the distribution list for. So our details will be at the end, and if you want to get involved or want to get onto this distribution, do just let us know. And like I say, it comes out twice a week, so it's a real kind of in the moment approach to improvement, rather than having to wait for the monthly SAPIT, SEDIT and SAMIT dashboards to be produced. Actually, this is a much more frequent schedule, so it's quite useful in that way. So the first kind of thing, as you open it up and you can select your organizations or your regions or your ICBs that you want to look at, we provide 16 key metrics that look at the performance of the selection in that last week, so the last 7 days. But also we then do a little bit of that kind of point comparison on what the 6-week average looked like as well. And that's really, really useful because it gives you that kind of that view of the trajectory of how things have been kind of moving in a real kind of point prevalence, but still an interesting way. So you have those two figures, but then we start to apply some of that improvement methodology and some of that kind of improvement mindset, and we will look at the data and we will apply statistical process control chart rules against that data and indicate where we're seeing statistically significant variation. So we have, for each of our metrics, we look at 4 different rules. I won't go through them, but they're all up on the dashboard. But essentially, we're looking for key or key bits of data or key trends that are indicating that something is happening. And where we see a positive improvement for that, we mark that with a green diamond. So we can see that in the bed occupancy box, which is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th one across. We can see that green diamond on our rule 2. So basically, we are seeing an improvement in the metric of the bed occupancy percentage. And we can see that slightly where we look at that this week and the 6-week average as well. We can see that that's slightly improved. It's decreased slightly. So we just apply that kind of that statistical rigor to looking at the trajectory and the data that we're looking at. Unfortunately, I don't have an example in this one, but where we're seeing a kind of some sort of reason for concern. So if the metric's moving in the wrong way, essentially, that will be highlighted with a black circle as well. So there's just the kind of the comparison of the raw numbers, but also we put some of that statistical rigor against the data that we're looking at. On to the next slide, please. So like I say, we do a little bit of peer comparison. in particular around the 4-hour performance, just because it is the kind of one of the key targets or the key standards, apologies Chris, the key standard that we look at. And so what this allows you to do is to look at your performance in comparison to your peers within the region. We also give a single figure for your position nationally as well. So as you've selected an organisation or an ICB, it will show up within, it will highlight on the chart, and you can see where you sit for your total attendances in terms of 4-hour performance. But then also it's really key for a lot of people to look at just that type 1 performance as well. And we can see the kind of the stark difference that we have there. And we also, like I say, provide that national ranking as well. So there's a little bit of that peer comparison, nothing to the extent that we do it in the SAPIT. But it's there, and it's starting to think about, okay, once we've done some sort of improvement, if we jumped from 50 to 60%, for example, okay, that's really good, but actually where do we stack up with our peers? Next slide, please. We also provide an SPC chart. So we track about 40 different metrics in the dashboard. Some of them, obviously, you'll be really interested in. Some of them you probably won't ever look at, but you can use this as a way of SPC charting for a particular metric for about 4 months worth of data. And you can see that we start to apply some of those statistical rules. Where are we seeing kind of areas of concern, and where are we seeing improvements as well? If we just jump to the next bit, lovely. You might have seen this with Chris and his pandemic highlighting on his chart that he had earlier. We can also do that. So we can say if we put in a particular improvement project, or we're trying to focus on doing something for a short amount of time, we can plug those the kind of the dates that we run that project for. We can plug that into here, and it will recalculate our limits, and we can see, okay, actually, have we seen an improvement from what we were doing, or have we seen a has it been a decline? But it will recalculate your chart in that particular area for that bit, so you can really kind of start to think about what was the impact of our change, or of our new kind of way of working that we attempted. So that functionality is all in there, and that works for every single metric that we track in here as well. Next slide, please. Now this is the metric comparison chart. Now I think this is the best thing that we produce, and I can say that because I didn't come up with it. It was Chris's idea. But basically what we can do here is we can look at metrics of different scales or different units, and we can compare them against each other and see the kind of the correlation between different metrics. So what this does is essentially, like I say, it's really difficult for you to try and compare something like A&E attendances, which might be in the several hundreds or the thousands, against your 4-hour performance, which is as a percentage, or your bed occupancy, which again is a percentage, but it's a slightly different percentage, and then against your emergency admissions, for example, which might be in the kind of the low hundreds. So if you were trying to chart those, or compare them kind of visually just on a graph, actually that's really difficult to understand the kind of the scale and the way that the metrics interact with each other. But what the metric comparison chart allows you to do is it baselines all of those out so that they're at a similar level. And we can start to look then at how some of the metrics have some sort of correlation. I can't say causation because you just can't tell that, but where we start to see some differences. So for example, you would expect your 4-hour performance to struggle if your number of attendances increase. Yeah, it's chicken and egg, isn't it? But we can start to mix some of those different metrics together and start to see, okay, as our attendances increase and our 4-hour performance decreases, what happens to our bed occupancy? And we can start to see some of those different mixes of different values and different things that we're looking at, and really put that into a nice, concise way of seeing some of that correlation. So I think that is genuinely the best thing that we've ever created. Next slide, please. And the last little bit then for me, just to talk you through for the dashboard, is some of the information that we display around your occupancy. So we collect some of the key metrics around the 7, 14 and 21 day long length of stay patients, how that looks in terms of the percentage of your total occupancy. But then bringing in some of that data from the discharge SITREP, we then also look at the number of beds occupied by patients not meeting the criteria to reside. And also we look at the timeliness of discharge that we get from that particular SITREP. So we know that obviously after that kind of that 5 o'clock cutoff, actually it can be quite difficult to discharge patients after that time. So we can look at how organizations are doing in terms of the numbers that are going out before or after 5 o'clock as well. So it's just a slight kind of change or just a slightly different view of some of this occupancy information. And again, this will blanked out the names on this, but this will allow you to do some of that peer comparison as well. So you can see how your metrics are comparing to some of the other organizations in your region. And that's it for the UEC dashboard. Again, it comes out twice a week. Let us know if you want to be added to the distribution list, and we will be more than happy to get you on that.
Fantastic. Thanks, Paul, for that run through of the dashboard. As Paul said, yeah, let us know. The Paul and my email addresses, if you would like to get access to that dashboard, are at the end of this slide deck and will be all available to you. I'm now going to hand over to a relatively new member of the team, Alex Graham, who has been a fantastic person to have in the team, because her area of expertise is around research and evaluation, and I really think is an area that we as NHS England, and to be honest, an awful lot of other organisations, do not spend enough time on. So I'm going to hand over now to Alex, and she will be able to take you through her section.
Thanks, Chris, and hi everyone, great to see you all today. So yeah, I guess a little bit of an introduction for me. So my role essentially in the team is to kind of provide and develop a really strong, robust evidence base for the kind of stuff that we're delivering on a day-to-day basis for organisations from a research perspective. And then from an evaluation perspective, it's to kind of look at the outcomes and impact in terms of what kind of results we have and that come out of some of the projects and interventions that we deliver. So I guess to start off with my few slides, it's just a definition, I guess, for evaluation and how we kind of define evaluation. It's around a planned investigation of an intended change or intervention. So that's actively wanting to change something and investigate the impact and effect that might have had. So why do we do it? What's the point of evaluation? You know, it can often sound a bit of a complex, scary word, and people think, you know, they're going to be critiqued and be really have critical feedback received. But it does bring structure, transparency. It can give weight to any claims that you might make around the change you've been trying to achieve. And it is generally better if it's done by someone that's slightly separate to delivering the project itself. So if there's a team within your organisation that can kind of do that evaluation that's not necessarily aligned with the delivery, that is always better, just to reduce the amount of bias. Generally, we wouldn't mark our own homework, so that is always recommended. So yeah, the word does sound complex, but it can be small or large, and it can be applied to any project. It's good practice to learn from the outcomes and impact of doing something. And generally, as projects get bigger, naturally they'll need more resources and specialist people conducting that evaluation. Doesn't always need an evaluation expert. Generally, anyone can do it. You know, if I can do it, anyone can do it. Often a question that comes up is understanding economic impact of your change. This is something that's really very difficult and can take years, requiring specialist models, which can be costly. Often that isn't needed. Your evaluation should generally increase in terms of complexity with the proportion of your project, proportionately increase with the complexity of your project, and depending on what it is that you're doing. And finally, evaluation isn't research, audit or analysis. It's really important to remember those. So the kind of data and dashboards and analysis that Chris and Paul have showed you through, evaluation is slightly separate to that, and it does take a set of specialist skills that are slightly separate from that. But similarly, the reason I'm here in this presentation is because there's no evaluation without data, and we really have to use that most effectively. Can we have the next slide, please? Thank you. So for the rest of the presentation, I'm just going to talk you through the components of evaluation. So any scale evaluation needs to have the following components in place. So around scoping and project initiation, sort of around planning, which is kind of what you would do for any kind of project management, process. The design of that evaluation and feasibility, so how viable is the resource you've got, and how does that enable you to kind of design the certain complexity of what it is you're trying to achieve. The heart of all evaluation is data collection and analysis, and then the reporting and dissemination, and how we might sort of share those findings at the end. And next slide, please. Thank you. So scoping and project initiation. I guess this is probably the most important phase of any evaluation. So it's around the rationale. And I think, as from previous experience as an evaluator, for me, going into a project and really having to try and understand the why behind that project. And I guess that defines and determines your whole evaluation, and how you might design methods and analysis for that, and how you might frame like a research question. So the rationale is having the ability to explain what it is that you're trying to change and why. And by doing that, you may use logic models, theories of change, hypothesis, driver diagrams, which are all should be done in line with stakeholders. So it's important to remember that as an evaluator, we're not necessarily designers of the project. So it's really important to clarify the why behind that project. And in this diagram here, it's taken from an NHSE guideline document that I will share with you following the presentation. And it just shows us an example of a theory of change. So some of the activities that go into that theory to then kind of what your kind of hypothesized outcomes for the project are, and then short, medium and long term impacts depending on the scale of the project itself. So when you're doing that stakeholder engagement, it can be really difficult to kind of engage stakeholders in the first instance, but it is really important to get others' input from interested parties who can input experience into what you're doing. It's really important to get that buy-in early on to ensure participation throughout the entirety. You know, when we're creating kind of a common strategy to get people to take part in surveys, it's really important to kind of get that buy-in from the offset to just, you know, get those responses. If we don't have responses, we've got no data. So stakeholders can really support and help with that. Then the questions, as I mentioned earlier, those questions are the driver of the whole evaluation and identifies the scale of what we're trying to get out of in terms of outcomes. And then existing evidence. So based on the design and what it is you kind of evaluating, what project it is that you're doing, is there any other organisations or systems in the NHS or any other areas, private sectors, have they done anything similar? Have they done any other projects that kind of recommend, in terms of published or grey literature, how to do an evaluation for this type of project? So I guess it's really sounds really straightforward and obvious, but it really is missed, you know. So, and then finally, probably the slightly dry element of this stage, so the governance. It can often be overlooked, but it's so really important to get that senior engagement and the right information in place. Things like terms of reference, the right correct amount of resources, including roles and responsibilities, things like where we're saving files, all that kind of thing. Like any project management tool, really important to get the governance sorted first and foremost. Can I get the next slide, please? So when you come on to designing your evaluation, this is a visual from the Magenta book, which is a civil service guidance for evaluation. And it's just a really nice overview of the different design aspects to an evaluation. And it kind of goes up in complexity from all the way from sort of developmental and process evaluations to value for money. So a developmental evaluation, that's often when there's no rationale for the intervention and you're almost acting as a critical friend to the programme, and therefore you're constantly growing and developing the intervention as you kind of go along. It can be really important and informative to provide those continuous insights, determine sort of how you might do session 1, 2, 3 and 4, similarly to what we're doing here for the building capacity module. So The process evaluation, so I've put a little example here, a question about that. So how can we make our building capacity module better? So a process evaluation suggests around implementation and delivery. So have what you plan to do been set up as you planned, and is it operating as you planned? How have people adapted and changed from what we planned to reflect what their context is? So an impact evaluation, probably a bit of a buzzword around at the moment. So it's very outcomes focused. So did the change we predict happen, and what was the scale of that change? So we can see we're kind of going up in complexity from developmental to impact. So what demonstrable impact does the building capacity module have on NHS services? So naturally, that's a question that we're really interested in through delivering this module, but it will take us a long time, combined with different methods, different metrics to kind of understand. So again, it's sort of going up in complexity and will take a slightly longer time. And then finally, economic value for money. So is it value for money and economically cost effective? This does need a lot of other conditions to be in place, and it's almost impossible to do this type of evaluation retrospectively. So it has to be done alongside the delivery so that we can understand the amount of time, equipment, and therefore costs going into that project. And then finally, just to touch on feasibility and time, dependent on the complexity of the evaluation. So the feasibility of that evaluation should be considered throughout the design process, referring back to timescales, resources, and conditions needed for the work. And I guess we don't want to overcomplicate it. Obviously, it's really nice to understand hard impact of everything that we do, and we do want to see that, but I guess what's needed and what's required by stakeholders, and I guess going back to that initial phase of scoping and project initiation, what are the expectations and what are going to be done from these results? And those are the kind of questions that we need to ask from the very beginning so that we can input the right amount of resource into that evaluation to make it feasible. Can I get the next slide, please? So methods. So I guess the majority of this presentation talks heavily around quantitative data, and we do have a breadth of data within urgent and emergency care, which is fantastic. But what we also want to think about is a mixed methods approach to evaluation. So we shouldn't underestimate the value of qualitative data, and that was kind of touched on in the video at the beginning of this presentation. So most data is actually qualitative, text messages, tweets, conversations. Qualitative is more about understanding reasoning as to why someone's doing something or behaving in a certain way. Quantitative is around activity data, so as we've touched on, ambulance conveyances, quantifiable survey data. All of the mentions Chris and Paul have mentioned, which of these are we looking for changes in, and how can we attribute changes in that data? And I guess that final mention around attributing changes in activity data. So that's where mixed methods really can come to work in our favour here. So being able to supplement those changes in quantitative data with actual patient stories and staff experience. So using kind of case study data, which will really kind of supplement and support attributing changes in quantitative data, that can be really useful there. So again, this graphic is just a really helpful summary of the different methods that we may like to use in said interventions. And the choice of methods will be based on the question being asked and the robustness around the questions. For example, if you want to find patient outcomes from a clinical intervention, then generally a standardised patient-reported outcome measure can be used. Can I get the next slide, please? So data collection and analysis. So this, as I said before, is the heart of evaluation, but it's important to remember that there are a lot of rules around it. We can't just go around collecting sort of any random data. Just talking to people is collecting data, and we have to gain permission to do this in terms of consent forms. But again, consent and ethics, that will sort of come into play with sort of more complex evaluations, and depending on what kind of style of design that you need to do. So experimental designs require ethics approval, which can take a long time, and there needs to be an ethics committee approved to ensure we're not doing anything that might cause harm. Testing data goes back to the importance of stakeholder engagement. So if your participants and stakeholders aren't on board, it'll be incredibly difficult to distribute surveys or recruit participants for interviews, as I said before. So quality assurance, data varies in quality, and we need to ensure that there's a process where we can assure data quality. And then finally, analysis. So I won't talk about this too much because it can just, it'll be never ending. So analysis is super an important part of evaluation, but it does depend on what data you have and can be quite obvious and specific to your project. So there are various types. Thematic analysis in terms of qualitative, involving coding, so we can create coding frameworks based on outcomes to sort of identify what kind of codes and themes are coming up in transcripts of qualitative data. For quantitative, generally, we don't want to overcomplicate quantitative data. I'd be very surprised if any statistical tests have been needed for evaluation of quantitative data. So again, using the use of Excel and interactive dashboards can be really helpful to kind of create those visuals in terms of changes in survey data and data that's been mentioned already in this presentation. And again, the Magenta book that I mentioned earlier, that's around the civil service guidance, that is a really helpful tool that will go through all of these different aspects of evaluation in more detail. Can I get the next slide, please? So reporting and dissemination. So as I mentioned previously, the main purposes of an evaluation are learning and accountability. To be beneficial, the findings of evaluation need to be disseminated in the best format to the right decision makers. And I guess that's going back to the conversations at the beginning. So how are your evaluation findings going to be used? Why are we doing this project? What's the research question? And therefore, how are we going to demonstrate the changes in terms of a presentation or a report? Let's not overcomplicate the reporting and dissemination, which can take a lot of time and resource. So evaluation findings can be helpful for other programmes to learn from, and there is an expectation from Department of Health and Social Care that results of an evaluation are published. And there's just a final quote there around from the DHSC evaluation strategy. Can I just get the next slide, please? So finally, this is just a checklist for establishing evaluation. I won't go through this in great detail, but it is important to have all of these things in place so that we end up with really robust findings. A lot of these are to do with good project management. They're really good to have next to you when planning a project. So I just wanted to leave those kind of checklists as a final slide for you to sort of go through in your own time. And then on the final slide, if we could just move on. Please, thank you. So this is just around statutory guidance and requirements. So there's just a few links there that are really helpful to give you a little bit more tools, based on my whistle-stop tour I've hopefully gave to you today. But yes, any questions or support required in future, please don't hesitate to contact myself, and I'll do my best to kind of help where I can. But for now, that's kind of the end of my piece, and I'll hand back to Chris to take you through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Alex. That's been really, really super informative. I know I said it before, but I strongly encourage people to have a look at some of the guidance and documentation that Alex has been demonstrating on here, because we do need to demonstrate more and more the work that the essential and important work that people have been conducting across healthcare in general, not necessarily just urgent emergency care. So please take a look when these slides come out to you guys. So the last topic that I just want to pick up is around demand and capacity planning. So this is an area that many people have looked at in the past. So, we haven't created anything new, but one thing that has kind of dawned on us was that people were still doing and still do an awful lot of back of fag packet things around how many staff we need, how many beds we need, etc., etc. And so I just thought, well, why don't we create some tools that people could potentially use? And realistically, when it comes to statistical modelling, there are only 3 things that you need. The broad things, anyway. Obviously, they're much more complex, but it's demand, time, and capacity. Demand is relatively straightforward. The amount of activity that you have, the amount of people that you come in, the amount of time is the amount of time that they spend with you. This could be an outpatient appointment, it could be an ED attendance, it could be a number of days on an acute bed. And in capacity, you'd like to think is straightforward, but predominantly, and I talked about this earlier, there's 2 types of capacity. There's physical and functional. Physical is tangible things that we can touch, such as beds, trolleys, chairs. You'd love to think that people know how many beds they have in a hospital. Broadly, they do, but I tell you, if you ask 10 people, you're probably going to get 10 different numbers. And the other type of capacity is functional. How many people do we have in order to staff our ward, staff our beds, staff our departments? Really important that we understand all the three component parts around that. And two of the tools that we have available to everybody, once again, freely available to anybody that would like this, but a bit like the dashboards, they are not prerequisites. We are no illusion about stepping on people's toes, whether they already have loads of dashboards they look at. These are not things that you absolutely have to do or use, but they are just available if you would like to look at them. So the functional model looks at the amount of staff that we have, particularly in the emergency department, although this tool has been used to look at SDEC areas and acute assessment areas. And what it will do, once again, is it will take on board those three individual component parts I talked about: the amount of patients you see, the amount of time that patients spend with you, and the amount of capacity you have. So in this case, for example, emergency department, it looks at the amount of people that come into our department on a daily basis, shown by time of day and day of week, so that we can understand the differences. And what we can see, there are two different outputs. There's the graph and the table, just because some people like to see it in a visual perspective, some people like to see it numerically. The graph and the table do show exactly the same data, just shown differently. So the graph will show by time of day, so along the x-axis, once again, we've got hour of arrival. And in each hour of the day, you've got 7 bars to represent each day of the week, because we do want to understand, do we have a capacity shortfall on a Monday, on a Wednesday, on a Friday, or a Saturday? Where the bars are above the line, that's where you do have enough staff in order to cope with the level of demand coming through your front door. When the bars are below the line, that's where there is a gap. Now, it's quite interesting because a number of organisations do approach me to say, well, I want you to prove that we need more staff overnight. And I say, well, I'll run the model and then we'll see whether it pans out. Traditionally, the model always looks like this. Okay, although we shouldn't generalise, if I was to generalise, that actually it does look like most organisations don't have enough staff between the hours of 8 in the morning and around about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The reason why this is kind of some of the mitigations for the risk around the reduction in capacity is that there is more onward capacity that is required for good flow, i.e. SDEC has just opened probably at 8 o'clock in the morning, so therefore patients who are absolute barn door SDEC, right, let's get them there as soon as we can. But actually, as the day progresses, if those patients aren't dealt with in a timely manner, the queue starts to form. And what it tends to do is it tends to manifest itself more in the latter stages of the day, early hours of the morning. So therefore, people imagine I need more staff to cope with the amount of patients I have in my department at midnight. No, you don't. You need more staff earlier in the day to prevent the queue from forming in the first place. It's the classic phrase of shutting the gate after the horse has bolted. If we just get more staff overnight, we're not actually going to deal with the queue and how the queue forms during the day, because we need to tackle it earlier in the day. We also then have a physical bed model. Now, the physical bed model looks at how many beds you need. This could be on a ward, could be a whole hospital region, it could be the whole country, but it doesn't necessarily need to be an acute perspective. It could be from a social care or a community care perspective as well, because once again, coming back to the 3 key principles, demand, time and capacity. As long as you have those, you can use this model for anything. So once we put the data into the system, the model, which is very, very simple to do, we kick out an output such as is shown in the bottom section of this slide. The blue section, the blue line represents the historical activity and length of stay. And the black line will then be the forecasted activity and length of stay that has been used on a very simple methodology to have a look at what has happened historically to predict what is going to happen in the future. So not only could you look at this model for the whole country, a region, a system, a provider, it also allows you to drill down, as I talked about when we went through the SAPIT dashboard, to have a look at what's happening in medicine, what's happening in surgery, trauma and orthopedics. But you can also drill down to an individual specialty if you wanted to have a look at cardiology or gastro or general surgery. And then, particularly for the surgical specialties, you can even split this by elective and emergency care. Particularly over the past 24 months, there's been a massive impact on elective waiting lists that we all have seen in the press and will experienced it on a daily or weekly basis. But you can drill down to that level of detail, particularly in this model. And what it will then do is it will then have a look at how many beds you need and how many beds you have and whether there is a gap between that. So for this particular organisation, they came to me to kind of say, right, Chris, we know that we are always short of medical beds, but we always have a surplus of surgery beds. I want you to solve this argument between the medics and the surgeons to say, right, we need to switch a ward from surgery to medicine on a permanent basis. So the graph on the the bottom right-hand side, it shows exactly that. They are significantly short when the bar is below the line. There is a gap in beds. They're significantly short of medical beds all through the historical time period and the next 12 months. The model can also predict a little bit further, but you start to lose a little bit of accuracy as the time progresses. But interestingly, and we started off with that medical position and they were thinking, oh, this is great because it's proving our hypothesis. But actually, the graph on the bottom left-hand side shows for the surgery division. And what it shows is, yes, absolutely. Historically, the past 2 years, you would easily have been able to swing a ward from surgery to medicine on a frequent basis and not had a detrimental impact on the surgical take. Maybe it might have impacted a little bit more on the elective waiting list, and that's something that has to be dealt with. But what we can see is that the prediction model for surgery is that if your activity happens the way in which the model thinks it's going to happen, and the same thing with length of stay, there's no way that you can swing a ward at the latter stages of summer next year because you will be significantly short of beds in the surgical division as well as medicine. But it's all well and good knowing that there is a gap in the particular provision of capacity. But what the model can then go and do is it can then start to have a look at some of the improvement plans that you have put into place to see what potential impact they will have. So rather than all of this, I've done some calculations on the back of a fag packet, we can actually statistically prove whether these plans will have an impact or not. So now the graph in the top right-hand corner shows us what the difference will be between if we do nothing and what if our improvements actually come off and they have the impact that we think they were going to have. So particularly for the next 12-month prediction, what you'll notice there are two bars. There's a grey bar and a black bar. The grey bar is what will happen if you do nothing. But based upon the plans that we put in place around increased use of frailty, increase SDEC opening hours, and we're going to reduce length of stay, we can now see that they will have a significant impact on the bed gap. We're still going to have a bed gap, but there will be pretty much a halving of the bed deficit so that we can then start to work with our system partners and our regions to notify them about A, what we have put in place, B, what we expect there to be a change in, but also that even with these improvements, we still think we're going to be short of beds. Therefore, at least notifying them that we are still going to be in significant challenge going forward. So that's it from me. I will happily take any questions or comments that people may have. And also the slides will be coming out to people with our contact details on that we're happy to follow this up with anybody as well.
Chris and everybody, and Alex, Paul, everyone, absolutely superb. There are a number of questions, predominantly based around data within the wider community. So a realization here that a lot of this data is either acute based or a proxy measure for some of the community stuff that's going on. So so there's questions around, do we have a tool that shows the work going on in primary care and the number of patients being sent into secondary care? And also along with that, do we have any data on the numbers and effectiveness of UCR, urgent community response, virtual wards? So generally that data set around community offerings.
Yeah. Absolutely, Giles, and thank you very much for people that have put that in the chat box. Unsurprisingly, even though 2 hours is a long time, we weren't able to demonstrate all of the products that are available. And there are tools that are specifically focused on all of the issues that you just discussed, Giles. So urgent care response, virtual wards, primary care. I have a list of all of those different dashboards, and I'm happy to put that slide on these slides and then send out to everybody so that anybody can get access to them. They are public dashboards. You can all some of them are genuinely public. Some of them you will have to register for, but you can access all of that data that has been requested.
That's absolutely fantastic, Chris. And increasingly, as we're talking about system measures to and how we manage system flow, I think those are all important ingredients, as you reiterated earlier. And I was just going to recap, don't look at a single measure in isolation was a really key message that came across. Look at the whole picture. Sometimes we are all stood really close to the painting and can only see the bit that we've done. You have to step back to see the whole picture sometimes and look at everything. Clearly, much of this data exists already. So if you're looking for data and you're not sure it exists, it probably does. If it doesn't, it's a gap. And, what I would suggest is don't wait for this perfect data set before you start considering your improvement, because you can do that first initial, develop your own data and then build it from there. You need to have measurement, you need to have data if you're going to know if a change is an improvement. So I think that's really, really important. Data doesn't float everybody's boat, but you cannot do improvement without some form of data. And if it's not your bag, there'll be someone in your organization who loves it and who can explain it, hopefully in a way that, like Chris has done today. And from Alex, I just thought, considering evaluation right from the beginning is so crucial, because I think we sometimes forget this. We race to start doing improvement and forget to understand how we're going to evaluate it. And what I would encourage people to do is sometimes the most valuable evaluation is the evaluation that doesn't confirm our predictions and might be seen as something that, well, that's a surprise. Now, don't ignore that, because that is going to be valuable to someone else, and that is going to stop someone spending a lot of time trying to prove the same thing maybe doesn't work. So that's really important. There's something that's come up around the interested in mental health data, so that will be in your list as well. If anyone thinks of any questions after this, they can send them into the email address. We will get everything sent out to everybody, but I think I'd like to say a huge thank you to yourself, Chris, to Paul, to Alex, who have pulled together a huge amount of information. I suggest, as I will do, and I do every time I watch Chris present, is go back and look over it in slow time, because there's bits that you'll miss, there's bits that you'll ponder on, there's bits that you'll understand second time round. It's a valuable resource that you'll have once those recordings are made available. Thank you all for your attendance. You are part of a growing band of improvers who will make a difference in this field. So well done to you, and good luck in your improvement journeys. Unless anyone else has got anything to add, we may be able to give you 5 minutes back for a leg stretch before, I'm sure, a lot of you go into your next meeting. Okay, so thanks everybody, goodbye. And we'll see you for session 4 soon.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, sorry. Can you hear me all okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. We've got 23 people on, which is good. So hello and welcome to everyone to the third in our series of 4 core learning events being delivered as part of the Universal Support Offer. Today, the session is being delivered is Turning Data into Intelligence and Measuring the Impact of Your Improvement Plan. My name's Angela Russell and I'm an Improvement Manager with the Emergency Care Improvement Support Team, and I will be your host for the session today. It's being recorded and a copy will be made available to access following the event. If you've got any questions at all throughout any of the presentations, please do put them in the chat box. It's much easier if you put them in the chat box rather than popping up hands, because we've purposely muted everybody so that there's less background noise. And there will be time allocated throughout the session for to answer questions. We have people who are manning the chat box, so they will be able to pick up any questions. We will be ensuring that the resources and the recording, such as slide sets as well from today, and a list of any links that we mention throughout the presentation, will be uploaded to the NHS Futures platform, which is currently under development, and you will be advised via the IUEC Champions inbox of how to access this platform in due course. Before we begin, we'd really ideally like to create an environment to help you learn today. So if possible, please can you switch off work phones or put them onto silent if at all. We know that that's not always possible. Close down the Outlook browser so that you're not distracted by emails or other Teams notifications, or if at all, if there is any opportunity to put a note on your door, please to say do not disturb. And again, we do appreciate that these may not be possible, but just suggestions to help you be completely absorbed into the learning from today's session. And then finally, before I hand over to our speakers, there'll be a Menti shared in the chat box. Please do take time to complete that survey. Your feedback is really important to us for continuous improvement of the sessions. And we have used previous feedback to be able to develop and enhance the sessions that we are now on. The Menti is open for all sessions and will allow you to go in and out and make comments as and when you choose. And for anyone able to do so, please post any feedback in the chat. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to my trusted colleague, Chris, to start the presentation.
Brilliant, thanks Angela, and I'd love to see so many people on the call. And can I speak on behalf of everybody that we would like to know, James, the background that your picture is of, because it looks absolutely fantastic. So is it Bournemouth?
It's not quite, Chris. Close. It's on the southwest coast. So this is I'm going to be honest. The picture does make it look quite glamorous, but it's actually Torquay, in South Devon.
Costa del Torquay.
It looks lovely, James.
So
lovely to see so many people on the call this afternoon. My name is Chris Green. I'm the Head of Informatics for the Emergency Care Improvement Support Team in NHS England. Along with a couple other people in my team, Paul and Alex, we'll be taking you through the session this afternoon. We'd really like it to make it a really engaging and interactive session. So if people do have any comments or questions, please feel free to put that in the chat box, and we will be stopping at several points during the presentation to answer them as we go along. There will be a break halfway through the session just to allow people to get any caffeine or any top-ups of drinks that they may require going through this session. And at the end of the session, as well as questions and comments, there will also be our contact details in case you would like to pick up with anything else that we're going through as we go through this session. So I'm just going to share my slides. Hopefully everybody can see that. Okay, so just a brief introduction to the speakers this afternoon. So myself, I've already gone through a brief introduction. So been in the NHS for around about 18 years now, a variety of different organisations, not only at NHS England national levels, but also at a regional and local level across the system as well, primary care, different acute organisations across the southeast. And we've also got Paul and Alex in my team who are going to be speaking around elements where they have specialist expert knowledge, and hopefully they will be able to explain some of the interesting products and services that we have available to people as we go through this afternoon's session. So what are we going to look at? Well, we're going to start by looking around why is there the need for analytics. Completely appreciate that data isn't for everybody, but in order to undertake and go through the improvement journey, it's really important that you do understand key elements around data, terminology that is used, so that you can help drive and monitor the improvement as you go through the process. We're also going to be taking you through some of the urgent emergency care analytical products that are available from NHS England. We're really, really aware that NHS England asks for an awful lot of data from organisations across the NHS, but frequently do not publish outwardly some of the analysis that they do. But actually there are several products that are freely available to people, and you can sign up for them or get them delivered directly to your inbox. And we will be going through those as we go through this. Something that's been picked up on the previous session is the dashboards I'm going to show you are very acute focused. The main reason for that is that there are tools such as around primary care dashboards, urgent community response, and virtual wards, but we are focusing on some of the core products that NHSE have to offer. But we can send out links to those different products later date. Alex is also going to be talking about a very hot topic at the moment, which is about research and evaluation, a very, very underutilised area that the NHS has not spent enough time on over the past few years. And then finally, Paul will be speaking around about demand and capacity, looking at some of the tools that have been developed and once again that are freely available to you. You know, I cannot stress enough that we want to make things very, very easy to access and easy to use, so that people do not have to look elsewhere or spend time creating different products that there could be just reinventing the wheel. So let's focus on right at the outset around the challenge around data and the terminology around data and information and all that type of stuff. You know, they're very, very interchangeable words. I'm going to call it data to start with, okay? And I completely appreciate, as I said, that data isn't for everybody. You know, I've worked, as I said, in countless organisations where you come across people who just kind of say, oh, I don't need to know it. You know, I'm living and breathing this every day. So why do I need to know how many people came through our front door? How many do I need to know? How many discharges we had? But actually, an exercise that I did one year when I worked at an organisation, and I did a kind of a bit of a pub quiz about some of the core stats for an NHS hospital. And I just said, how many people came through our front door? How many did we admit? How many discharged? And one of the questions was around how many patients died every day, on average every day. And some of the numbers, and these were by senior clinicians, some of the numbers were wildly out. And you just think, well, actually, if you don't have a real good grasp of some of the core data that's available in NHS, actually driving improvement going forward is actually very, very challenging. But why do we measure things when and why? So one of the things that I will just kind of draw your attention to, we're not going to focus on this greatly because it is an outcome measure. It happens because of multiple other things. But the first thing we're just going to have a look at is a statistical process control chart around the 4-hour performance for type 1 activity. And I want to show you how this has deteriorated, but interestingly, how this has been variable over the past 4 years. So if we go back right to the left-hand side of the chart, we can have a look at pre-pandemic. Can you remember such a time in 2019? So the 4-hour performance wasn't met even then. OK, so we were in the high 70% from a national perspective, but you can see it was a relatively stable position until the winter of 1920 came, when COVID started. We then had the pandemic starting in March 2020, and 4-hour performance significantly improved then for multiple reasons, which we're not going to go into now. But what we can really see from this using this, the way in which we visualize this data, and we'll come on to talk about that later, is that we can see that since the data went back to kind of quote normal levels in around about August 2021, 4-hour performance really started to significantly deteriorate, particularly focusing around the latter stages of 2022 and in December, when we saw the lowest performance in the NHS history for the 4-hour standard. And many of you will be completely appreciative of that position because you are living and breathing it every day. However, if we look at it slightly differently, why do we measure the 4-hour performance? Fundamentally, the reason why we look at 4-hour performance is because it has a direct correlation with harm and clinical risk. So actually, let's flip it on its head and let's have a look at another measure around potential delay-related harm. I know I've put in a few ambiguous words in there, such as potential and harm. When we're talking about, when you see this measure, it's still a relatively new measure, but more and more people are looking at this. When you see the word harm, you really got to understand that that's mortality. And what this relates to is it relates to patients who have met 2 criteria. 1, that they have been admitted, and 2, that they have spent more than 8 hours in your department, total time, nothing to do with decision to admit. This is total time in department. And the ratio is that 1 out of every 72 of these patients who met those 2 criteria are at high risk of delay-related harm / mortality within the next 30 days. So we're just going to focus on 4-hour performance. That's fine, not necessarily a problem. But flipping on its head, bringing it back to the patients, bringing it around to clinical risk, patient safety, we can see that, and let's focus on that December 2022, where it was the most compromised position of the 4-hour performance. We can equally see that that was the most challenging month in the history of the NHS relating to delay-related harm. And Adrian Boyle, the Royal College of Emergency Medicine president, spoke about this at the Health Select Committee just before Christmas to suggest that around 2,500 patients per month were at high risk of harm because of a long wait in the emergency department. And this data absolutely backs it up. I've been working with Adrian for a number of years now, and we present data in a variety of different ways. But so when we do have a look at some of these more crude measures, you have to realise that there will be data behind it to back up why it is that we look at the metric, the way in which we are looking at it. And there are 2 ways in which we can have a look at measurement, really. One is around measurement for judgment. As I said, there's not necessarily a problem with that as long as it's backed up with additional data that might be things such as delay-related harm, readmissions, falls, pressure ulcers, etc., etc. Why do we look at a standard, a target? Because it has clinical risk and patient safety behind it. The other way to look at data is around measurement for improvement. And what we're going to do now is we're just going to watch a short video by a really good colleague of ours, Mike Davidge, who will be explaining around measurement for improvement.
Hello, I'm Mike Davidge, and I'm going to talk to you about measurement for improvement. So why do we measure? Well, it's said there are 3 reasons why we might do that, and the first is very familiar to those who work in the NHS. This is a form of measurement where we have to achieve a particular target, often given to us by other people, using data that again often is given to us by others, or at least we're told what we need to collect. In its worst form, this leads to a tick box mentality, and achieving the target becomes the end in itself. The second is familiar particularly to clinicians, and that's when we're trying to discover new knowledge. For example, when we're trying to assess whether this new drug is worth investing in. And this involves a well-constructed trial and collecting lots of data to enable us to distinguish between the effects of the new drug and the existing treatments. Now, measurement for improvement is neither of those. So, what is it? Those of you familiar with the model for improvement will know that it asks 3 questions. What are we trying to achieve? How will we know that a change is an improvement? What changes can we make that will result in the improvement we're looking for? Now, Measurement for Improvement is aimed specifically at answering that second question. We're trying to see whether the changes we're making to the service we're involved with are actually moving us in the right direction. In other words, are we moving closer towards achieving our aim? So how does this happen? Well, good measurement doesn't just happen by chance. We need a good process. And I'm going to outline to you the 7 steps that make up this good measurement process. Step 1, decide aims. It's surprising how many projects start off with aims that are too broad or too vague. And this leads to problems when we're trying to measure the effect that particular project is having or has had. So try this simple exercise. Imagine you're getting into a lift with a colleague and you're both going to the 3rd floor. And you've got the amount of time it takes the lift to go from the ground floor to the 3rd floor to explain what it is that project's trying to do. If you can do it in that time, then you have a good grasp of what you're trying to do. Step 2, choose measures. If we simply list all the different things we might measure, we often come up with a list that's quite large, and it's difficult to know which are the most important. And so there are a couple of techniques that do help you to structure that list of measures that you might have come up with. One is to look at the map of the process that you might have completed as part of the earlier stage of the project. Looking at that process map may give you some ideas about where the most important points are that you might want to pick up. The second, if you have constructed a cause and effect or a driver diagram, you can use that as well to focus in on where you might select appropriate measures for your project. Step 3, define measures. We've chosen the measures we want to use, and now we have to be clear exactly what we mean by them. Let's take an example. We've decided we want to measure complaints. Well, exactly how will we do that? Are we talking simply about the number of complaints received? Are we talking about the percentage of patients who complain? Are we talking about the number of complaints we receive per patient? Taking time to define your measures is important because it provides consistency over time. We've now come to the end of the preparatory phase of those 7 steps. And now we move into the collect, analyse, review cycle. Step 4, collect data. So we need to establish what data items that we need to collect. In our example about complaints, we've gone for the percentage of patients who complain. And so in this case, we'll need to collect the number of patients who complain and the total number of patients. And who's going to do it? We need to be clear whether it's ourselves or whether we're delegating that responsibility to somebody else. How are we going to collect the data? Are they from hospital systems or other sorts of organisational systems, or are they through bespoke surveys? When is the data being collected? Are you doing it real time, or are you looking back over data that has already been collected? And finally, when we're embarking upon a project, we want to know how we're performing now, to act as a baseline against which we measure our progress. And therefore, collecting data to establish that baseline before we get into any improvement is important. Step 5, analyse and present. The way that you present your data has a crucial impact on the way you react to it. So choose your methods carefully. For data about numbers, that is quantitative data, then you'll do that by turning your data into charts. And there are 2 types of charts that are useful to you here. The first is the run or SPC chart. This helps you to answer the question, how am I doing? Have I improved? A useful further tip is to annotate those charts with the changes that you make when you made them, so that you can see that the change resulted in a difference. The other type of chart is the bar chart, or sometimes called the Pareto chart. You use this to help you understand what are the causes of the particular thing you're looking at. So for example, back to our complaints measure. The Pareto chart is really useful to help you understand what are the most common complaints, and therefore where might you tackle next in terms of making an improvement. For data about words, that is qualitative data, then you might want to display that in terms of a story, a video clip, perhaps a storyboard. That helps to get the message across about what that data that you've picked up, perhaps from patient stories or interviews, is telling you. Step 6, review measures. The purpose of collecting our data is to help us make better decisions. That doesn't happen by chance. We need to make time as a project team to look at our data regularly and decide what to do next. Are we getting the outcomes we're expecting? What is the data telling us about changes, good or bad? And finally, so what do we now need to do? Step 7, keep going. And the final step tells us that we should go back to step 4, to collect, analyse and review again. In other words, go round that collect, analyse, review cycle. So how often do we do it? Interestingly, when I ask people in courses and seminars about that, they often say monthly, because that's the natural cycle of reporting in the NHS. But there's nothing magical about that monthly cycle. In fact, a weekly cycle of collect, analyse and review is much more useful, because a week is a much more discrete time period and people can often relate to what happened in a particular week, which helps to put the measurement into context. And how long do we go round this cycle? There are certain measures that you might be using, particularly measures of process, that once you've achieved a certain level, for example, percentage reliability that's consistently around 100%, you can stop collecting that data. There are other measures, and particularly often this is measures of outcome, particularly patient outcome, that you will want to continue measuring for as long as that service exists, because those measures define how well you're doing in that service. And finally, looking at this data and understanding what it's telling you will always tell you when that particular project has reached its aim, and therefore it's time to stop and move on to something else.
Brilliant. That was great to hear from Mike there, and he really is a fantastic way in which he presents the data. He's absolutely brilliant around measurement for improvement. Like I said, the slide deck will be coming out to everybody, so please feel free to watch that again or share that with anybody who may be looking down the measurement for improvement route. SPC in particular is not a new thing in the NHS. It has been used by an awful lot of different organisations that we have seen. Sometimes though it has been misused and misinterpreted, so there is people do need to be careful around that. If though measurement for improvement and statistical process control charts are new to people, there is an abundance of documentation that NHSE have produced around this particular area, and a good colleague of ours, Sam Riley, that does some fantastic board presentations to organisations on this particular subject. But let's slightly change tack now. And to be honest with you, we're kind of going to flip it on its head once again and look more down the kind of the judgment contextual route rather than the improvement route. So as Paul is going to be talking about a little bit later on, one of our most popular products is the ESIS dashboard that many of you will receive, and Paul will talk about how that you can do that later on. But one of the questions and comments that we've had from people over a long period of time has been, we know where we are with our performance. We know where we are with bed occupancy, 4-hour performance, 12-hour, all the different main key indicators. But what we really will know around about is A, metrics across the system, a little bit more system-wide, not necessarily just focusing on the acute provider, but also about where we sit in terms of a regional and national context, because it's all well and good knowing where we are, but I want to know where we are in relation to everybody else, because if everybody else is improving and we're standing still, then obviously that's not necessarily a good thing. But what I did was I kind of took on board the questions and comments and feedbacks that we had around this and created this new dashboard called the SAPIT dashboard, Summary Acute Provider Indicator Table. And what it does is it takes data from multiple different sources. So there are an abundance of dashboards around urgent emergency care across NHS England, but they're all very siloed. They're all primary care, population health, ambulances. And we're all really busy people. So what I wanted to undertake was creating a dashboard that pulls data from multiple different sources. It doesn't answer every question that anybody has ever asked, because no dashboard ever would, but it gives you a really good overview of multiple different domains across your system, ranging from primary care to ambulance, 111, admitted care, and discharges. But then what we do is we take this raw data, as you see, and we turn it into something slightly more contextual. So each of the measures across each of the domains, of which there are many, will show where your individual hospital is performing, both in terms of their individual performance and in terms of national context. And that performance will be graded in terms of one of the 4 quartiles of national performance. It'll either be shown as red, red means you're in the most challenged quartile. Then we've got amber, which is you're in the above the national median position. We then have light green, which is below the national median position, and green means you are in the better performing quartile in the country. The dashboard also knows whether high is a good thing or low is a good thing. So, for example, and I'll just pick the two main metrics around this 4-hour performance, you want that to be high. So if it's low, that would be red. Whereas bed occupancy, you want that to be low. So if it's high, it will be red. So what you can do is you can cast your eye over this dashboard and identify automatically some of the key drivers around urgent emergency care flow issues. There are also an awful lot of measures on here that you will have seen before, very, very standard metrics, such as some of the changes in demand, 4-hour performance, bed occupancy, etc., etc. But I will just draw your attention to some of the other key measures on here, which you may not have seen before. So we can automatically identify if there is an issue around deprivation, if there is an issue around some of the demography around the population that you serve in your local population. We can also have a look at mental health attendances. So we had a comment the other day around mental health attendances, because for this particular organisation, they were significantly struggling around mental health. This is something which has become increasingly prevalent over the past few months and years, and something that actually has a massive, massive impact, because these type of patients, not only do they not spend 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours in the department, they can spend 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a department. And you could argue that a type 1 emergency department isn't the most appropriate place for a patient suffering with a mental health condition. But as we were talking, as Mike talked about in the video, there is difference between qualitative data and quantitative data. So yes, the vast majority is all around crude numbers, but we do have 2 elements of survey data. So it's great to kind of get this data in there. Obviously, it's not updated that frequently. In fact, the NHS staff survey is only an annual thing. But we do have some information around primary care survey data. So does the population that you serve, are they happy with booking a primary care appointment? They have good overall experience at primary care? Because if your catchment population are challenged in this particular area and they don't have a good experience, what we find is there is a higher prevalence of patients then going to the emergency department or seeking advice from somewhere else. So if it's something that is being addressed in your particular system, actually can have a huge knock-on impact to the type of demand and the amount of patients coming through your emergency department. We then have a look at 111 data. That's relatively new data. There also have been some data quality issues around that. So it has been paused for this month's production of the SAPIT dashboard, which will come out tomorrow. But hopefully from next month, we will have 111 data back on there. We have the delay-related harm metric, which I just talked about, so which looks at the annual number of patients suffering that have been admitted more than 8 hours in your department and have higher risk of mortality because of that. Some of the key measures around ambulance data and demand data. One of the areas that I will pick up with, because you may not have seen it before, is that for years and years, the way in which we've looked at demand has been how many people have arrived at your department over a given time period. That might be a day, a week, a month, a year. However, the other way to look at demand is the amount of patients you have in your department at any one time. So for this particular organisation, they have seen nearly an 8% growth in their ED attendances. But they have seen an absolutely huge rise in the amount of patients that are in their department either at midday or midnight. So if, for example, I was a nurse and I was working overnight, and I always worked the night shift, and I was like going, you know, we've never had this many number of patients in the department. But they were told that they had only seen an 8% increase in their emergency department demand. The two might not stack up. So a different way to have a look at demand, rather than the amount of patients that have turned up in the department, is to look at how many people are in the department at 2 times a day. We just measure it arbitrarily at midday and at midnight. We've then got some of the classic EM flow measures, which we're not going to go through: 4-hour performance, 12-hour performance. The two that I will just draw your attention to are around acuity and the APD6 score. Now, acuity, there are 2 main ways in which you can have a look at acuity, and they both have their positives and their negatives. When we come on to have a look at the CEDIC dashboard, that has a look at acuity based on the geographical place the patient was treated, i.e. minors, majors and resus. But a patient could have been treated in resus just because they needed one specific treatment, and that was the most appropriate place to care for that patient, not that the patient was acutely unwell enough that they spent their entire time in resus. Same thing for minors and for majors as well. So the methodology used on the SAPIT dashboard is it looks at the HRG that is generated by each individual patient. And that is consisted of the amount of investigations and treatments that a patient has when they're in the department, i.e. a patient who comes in and generates a high cost tariff because they've had lots of investigations, lots of treatments. That is deemed to be a patient who is more acutely unwell than a patient who comes in and has nothing done to them, no investigations, no treatments. They leave relatively quickly. Now, a score is attributed based on the HRG. So a patient who comes in and generates a high cost tariff, they get a score of 12. And a patient who comes in and generates a low cost tariff, they get a score of 1. Just so that, once again, you can prove or disprove some of the hypotheses. So if this organisation, who I won't name, thought that one of their hypotheses around the challenges they have around urgent emergency care is that they see more acutely unwell patients than anybody else, the data backs that up. The next metric I'll just describe is APD6. Now, APD stands for aggregate patient delay, and this is a measure that has been borrowed by one of our close sister teams called GIRFT, the Get It Right First Time team. So APD stands for aggregate patient delay, and the 6 relates to 6 hours because it is deemed that clinical risk starts to happen to patients after 6 hours. It's a slightly odd number when you first look at it, but I'll explain what it is and the easier way to look at it. So it's a rate per 100 patients. It's a rate of hours per 100 patients. And I'm just going to round that up ever so slightly to 700. So the easiest way that I do that I can kind of explain this metric is if you divide that number by 100 to get 7, we've got the 6 hours, which we're giving for the admitted care pathway because it's more complex than the non-admitted. And then on top of the 6 hours, a patient has waited in your department for 7 hours. So if somebody said at this particular organisation, what's your average wait for a bed in your department? It is 13 hours. Just a really, really good way of having a look at pressurised flow going on from the emergency department onto your emergency floor and onto your base wards. I'm just going to skip over admitted care because I want to talk about outcome metrics first, and then I'll come back to it. So outcome metrics. The first one is the classic bed occupancy. Now, I don't really like bed occupancy by itself as a single measure. And the reason I don't is because it kind of says that I have a bed for a patient at a time, not the right bed for the right patient at the right time. But what you can see from this is a real differential between overall bed occupancy, which at just under 95%, in a national context is actually below the national median position, so not that bad. But they have a really, really high proportion of their beds are occupied by long stay patients, and particularly patients over the length of stay of 21 days. A quarter of all of their occupied beds are these patients. But realistically, I can't speak to all of my clinical teams and kind of say, right, we need to do something about long stay patients, because what if it's not all of the clinical specialties? What if it's only medicine or surgery or trauma and orthopedics? So apologies if people are from Women and Children's Health, but I've predominantly focused just on the 3 key bedded areas for an acute provider. And what we can quite clearly see is there is an issue around medicine, but then once again, the devil is in the details. So the proportion of their medical take that is a 0-day length of stay is really good. At nearly 45% of their entire medical take, that's very, very good. National median position for this metric, it's around about 33%. But once a patient has gone past 2 midnights and gone onto a base ward, their length of stay is incredibly high at 13.25 days. But as I'll talk about in a few minutes' time, it's important that we don't look at one metric in isolation, because you could argue that because we see so many patients as a 0-day length of stay, my emergency floor is working so well in our hospital that patients who do get onto the base ward would have a really long length of stay because they are acutely unwell. So you need to take one metric in isolation, but also have a look at balancing measures to apply some logic behind some of the data. As well as the primary care survey data, we've also got some staff survey data as well. So this is only populated on an annual basis, but provides a really, really good insight into some of the inner workings of a provider. And the reason why I put this on here is because there is a direct correlation between organisations who significantly struggle around 4-hour performance, 12-hour performance, and some of the other measures, such as cancer weights and the elective waiting list, and the negative connotations of the staff survey, i.e. challenged organisations. They have a high prevalence of staff who do not look forward to going to work. They're not trusted to do their job. They don't have enough staff. So actually, as Richard Branson says, we really need to focus on our staff, not losing sight of our patients, absolutely not. But if we don't look after our staff, we will never have the functional capacity that Paul will talk about later in order to cope with the level of demand that comes through the front door. It's also important that we kind of move away from some of the cruder data to have a look at around our population health, having a look at the people that use our services so that we can cater our service specifically for the demographic that we have in our hospital. So this is an extract once again from the SAPIT dashboard that you can, anybody can get access to this. Drop me an email, my email address will be at the end and I can make sure you get on the distribution list. But where you see graphs such as these, the bars are always the England position and the dot is always the site that you have selected. Once again, you can look at it on any site in the country and you can look at any system in the country. So if you ever wanted to know your demographic makeup of your patients, you can quite clearly do that in the graph in the top left-hand section. But the graph in the top right-hand section is the one that kind of really instigates an awful lot of conversation with people, because what we're showing here is the age of patient and how that has a detrimental impact based on the time in department. Once again, total time in department. So a patient at this particular hospital, if they're 20 years old, on average, they're going to come into the department and be in for 500 minutes. But a patient who's 80 is in the department for twice as long. Now, I know you can't compare them because of the complexities and everything around them. However, should there be a twofold variation in the amount of time based on a patient's age? I would argue not, but it really does instigate some fantastic conversation, particularly around frailty. We can also have a look at the deprivation profile of patients, because an awful lot of organisations do have significant challenges around deprivation. And what the evidence has suggested is that patients from a more deprived area attend ED more frequently, but they attend ED with a condition that potentially could have been seen in an alternative place if that service was available. So understanding about the age profile, about the other demographics, about the deprivation is absolutely vital so we can help drive some of the improvements going forward for our emergency care patients. Paul and my team will be speaking a little bit later on. Has also created a very, very neat little tool looking specifically around frailty. And if there was one area that I think that every hospital in the country should focus on, it is absolutely frailty. And the reason why it's around frailty is there is the most amount of opportunity to gain from this. Now, I am incredibly aware that I am saying that as an analyst. Okay, I am not the person who will be making the change around, right, we're going to completely reconfigure our frailty service to do X, Y, Z. So I'm coming to this from a theoretical standpoint. So I'm completely aware that theory and practice are a million miles away. But instead of working on things that are back of a fag packet, we can actually create tools, as Paul has done here, to specifically look at patients over the age of 75 and have a look at some of the different scenarios. So you could potentially put in there around, well, what if we did an outreach service so that we spent more time working with care homes to prevent patients from falling or coming into hospital? What if we did some reworking of our SDEC frailties, so therefore we could move patients from the ED into an SDEC facility quickly? Through this tool, you can put those different scenarios in here to see what potential impact could be made. As Mike also spoke about, and the SAPIT, and as I'm going to talk about and said it in a couple of minutes' time, really looks at things on a monthly basis, and there's nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. But you also need to understand about some of the other details that go on and the timeliness of that variation. So here in the bottom left-hand section is a graph that looks at the time to treatment performance. So this is the amount of the average number of minutes from arrival to being seen by a senior decision maker. And what we can see is that there is significant variation by time of day. So on a daily basis, weekly, monthly basis, doesn't really vary that much. But in-day variation, there is huge. So we've got the x-axis is the hour of arrival. The y-axis is the average number of minutes. There are two lines. The grey line is the national profile. The black line is the profile for this particular hospital. And what we can see is for this hospital, if I arrive at 9 o'clock in the morning, on average, I'm going to be seen after about 120 minutes. That's 2 hours. So you might kind of go, well, that's not too bad. I've got 2 hours in order to do something with a patient, to admit, treat or discharge them. But a patient who arrives at 1 o'clock in the morning has already breached the 4-hour position before they're in a cubicle and seen by a decision maker. A massive change, and something which really could be having a look at in terms of capacity. And now Paul, after the break, is going to be talking about some of the demand capacity tools that can potentially identify the areas around this. So another dashboard that is available, predominantly focused on the emergency department, is the SEDIT. Many of you will have come across this dashboard. It is a very well used product created by the GIRF team, as I mentioned earlier. What it does is, once again, takes on board data that has already been submitted by different organisations and presents it back in a slightly national contextualised way. So yes, there's some kind of simplified measures, having a look at demand and how that has changed. But the areas that I really like using in the SEDIT is where it identifies significant constraints, but it also then alerts you to, well, in order to get to the national median position, this is how many you would need. So if I just draw your attention to the boxes at the top and the third, fourth and fifth boxes contained within that section. What we can see, and if we specifically focus on workforce, is that for the ED consultants and ED nurses, they have submitted that they have a number. So for example, for the consultants, they have submitted this organisation that they have 5 whole-time equivalent consultants. But in order to meet the level of demand that they currently see in terms of a national context, they actually need an additional 2 whole-time equivalent consultants. For nurses, it's even greater. So they need an additional 20 whole-time registered nurses in order to cope with that level of demand, which is a massive increase. But what it can help do is it can help mitigate some of the additional things that are happening in the emergency department. So if, for example, people are thinking we don't have enough staff, this can help identify that. But it can also help with identifying the challenges you have around if you spend, as an example, a lot of money on bank or agency staff and you are being challenged by your director of finance. This can quite clearly state, rather than just saying, Director of Finance, we have 34 whole-time registered nurses. If you can then say, but actually we are significantly short because compared to the national median position, we need an additional 20. So it can really help in identifying that and try and describe and explain some of the other challenges you have around your organisation. We've also got in the bottom left-hand corner around the acuity and the age score, which I was talking about earlier. So this is where they do move over to a more geographical place in which the patient has been treated, minors and majors and resus. Another graph which is used significantly in the CEDIC dashboard is called the TAF chart. Now, TAF stands for Targeted Associated Flow. It looks at the percentage of patients that have left your department every 15 minutes. And you can see, particularly for this organisation, the significant proportion of patients that leave after 12 hours, because they're in the far right-hand corners. You'll notice that it's split between admitted and non-admitted. It's really important to do that because a lot of people think that 4-hour performance and a 12-hour performance is solely an admitted pathway problem, but actually it's not. It's becoming more and more prevalent in non-admitted patients. Now, that may be because there's not the capacity that you can admit a patient to in an SDEC. So therefore, the acute medics, if they can, come down to the emergency department and see the patient in ED and discharge them from there. So it's really important that, yes, you have a look at data in isolation once again, but you need to dig into the detail to prove or disprove some of the hypotheses that may be described by people. Within the CEDIC, we also have the SEIT, which is the Summary Emergency Ambulance Indicator Table. And within that, we have a number of different measures ranging from hear and treat rate when the patients call up and what happens to them, but also around the category response times. Most of you will be very familiar with CAT2 response times, as that is the public facing commitment by the government. What we can see is the current level of performance. We can also see the national quartile. So you can see, are we just in that quartile or are we well in it, etc., etc. We can also have a look at some sparkline charts to see how that significance has changed over time. But very similarly, as I talked about with length of stay being taken in isolation, just be wary around here because there has been a lot of conversation recently around conveyance rate. Now, for this particular ambulance trust, their conveyance rate is really, really high at 58.1%, not in the highest quartile in the country, but very, very close to. But actually, part of the contributory factor to a high conveyance rate or even a low conveyance rate will be some of the supplementary metrics prior to this. So, for example, the hear and treat rate for this particular organisation is very, very low. The proportion of patients that are called 999 and have been dealt with by a call handler or a clinician is very low in this ambulance provider. Therefore, you would imagine that the conveyance rate is high because an ambulance goes out to a lot more patients than elsewhere around the country, and therefore they will convey the patients to hospital. There's been an awful lot of work around this, particularly looking around inappropriateness of conveyance. A very, very difficult measure to have a look at on a consistent basis, but it's something that we're trying to have a look at from an NHSE perspective. We also have very, very recently the SAMIT dashboard, which stands for the Summary Acute Medical Medicine Indicator Table. So you'll notice that there are a number of dashboards that have summary and then indicator table at the end. The reason why is we're trying to create this brand so that people identified a philosophy around putting localized data in terms of a national context. It's really important that we do that. So rather than just focusing on the emergency department, this has to look at acute medicine. Now, historically, there's been a real challenge around the recording and the reporting of this data. Some people report it as inpatients, admitted care. Some people will report it as outpatients. Some report it as ward attenders. There's lots and lots of different ways in which we do that. But the move now is over to type 5 activity. So at the moment, this is a combination of different factors where we have tried to look at the different ways in which people are reporting, put it all together so we can get a historical view of how the trends have been occurring and changing within this particular environment. Works on exactly the same principle as the CEDIC, so we do have workforce and acute medical bed data so that we can identify if there are either functional or physical constraints. As well as the CEDIC, there's also information around CQC scoring because it's important that yes, we have a look at some kind of internal metrics around some of the quantitative and qualitative data, but we also take on board external investigators such as the CQC that come into organisations who are absolutely by themselves, and they will go through all of the CQC ratings, and we thought it'd be helpful to put this on here so we understand exactly where you are in terms of the national context. So we're just going to pause there and have a break, but I am going to just stop there for a second and see if anybody has any comments or questions before we have a quick break.
Thanks, Chris. I've been monitoring the chat. There's a kind of comment around, I think, the kind of inclusion availability of social care data, which kind of relates to your earlier point about the kind of acute-centric nature of what we relatively acute-centric nature of what we got, and then a question around why is delay-related harm not benchmarked. Those are the two I picked up from the chat. Absolutely.
Thanks, Jennifer. So I'll pick up on the social care data. So that is something that we are absolutely working on. It is, I was going to say, it's a little bit like hen's teeth. That's kind of simplifying it too much. It is harder to get hold of, but we are working with different providers around this particular area. The challenge we've got is how it is then stored within NHS England. So I think it is available, but then we have to get it from different sources, store it within NHS England so that we can then utilise. So we're hoping with the next 2 to 3 months that will be pushed out more around social and community care data. And then around delay. Around delay-related harm. The reason why that's not benchmarked, that was a decision I made, and there's 2 reasons. One is a bit more of a softer approach to it, and one is that, I'm not so sure about benchmarking things around mortality. If I'm being honest, I think I'd put the jury out on that one. I'm not saying no, never, but at the minute I'm not doing that. And the other reason why I haven't done that is because at the moment it's just shown as a number. So you couldn't directly compare an emergency department that sees 500 patients per day with an emergency department that sees 150 patients per day, because broadly one is going to be significantly higher. There is a way in which we can do it. So I have worked with organisations on this. So I can't remember who put this. Jennifer from Buckinghamshire. I'll happily work with you on this. I have done it where what we've done is we've said, so say, for example, however many delay-related harm patients you have per year, divide that by your annual attendances, and that gets you a percentage, and then you can benchmark that percentage against other people, because at least it's a little bit more contextualized. So there are ways in which to do that, but at the moment there's not any methodology on there. I hope that's okay.
Thanks, Chris. That was both the questions, so you can allow people into their break now.
No problem. So if that's okay with everybody, we're going to come back at 2:05, where Paul and Alex will take you through